And Mr. Dowdy, we are ready.
Good evening and welcome to the District 225 Board of Education meeting. Madam Secretary, would you please read the roll?
Mr. Glowacki, Ms. Mullenbeck, Mr. O'Hara, Ms. Seguin,
Here.
Mr. Schein,
Present.
Dr. Steinberg,
Present.
Mr. Dowdy,
Here.
5 members present.
Item 2 on our agenda is approving the agenda for the meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Good evening. Welcome to everyone to tonight's meeting. This evening we do a full agenda. We start with our community comment. We then follow with our board and superintendent reports and our consent agenda. Then we have 5 items on our regular agenda. We are talking first about the estimated tax levy, then our summer facilities projects, the GBM Booster Club augmentation and improvement of the scoreboard. We're also going to be talking about policies and handbook regarding appearance, dress code, and use of electronic devices. And we'll finish with our second discussion of the Illinois Association of School Boards resolutions that will come up at the annual conference in a couple of weekends. Thank you, all of you, for being here with us this evening. Item 3 on our agenda is recognition of community visitors. This is an up to 30-minute portion of our meeting. We also value very much the input we receive from our community. We ask members of our community who want to address the board, they have up to 2 minutes. We ask you respect this limit. You please give us your name and address as well as your affiliation with the district. Neither is required, but they are helpful for us for follow-up. We also remind people of a couple of items. First, the board does not respond at this point during the meeting. We listen very, very carefully. Sometimes we're taking up issues later on, but we are listening very carefully for the input. Second, please keep in mind that we maintain the confidentiality and privacy. We don't discuss individual employees or students in confidential and private matters. Please note the board does not control the topics raised or the substance of public comment. We also remind speakers they should direct their comments to the board and should relate to district business. This is not a political forum. We also remind speakers that their comments are not automatically protected by any immunity or other legal protection. And finally, we ask everybody to maintain civility and respect. With that preface, I believe we have one speaker this evening, Lisa Kane. Ms. Kane.
Hello, my name is Lisa Kane. I am a counselor, teacher, and a parent of a District 225 and a District 34 student. In reviewing the minutes for tonight, I see that the board will be reviewing the summer 2025 capital projects. One of the projects is proposed a $1,075,000 for hallway renovation and carpet replacement. The pictures of the redesigned space look stunning, but $1 million is a lot of money to spend on a hallway. It costs families almost $1,000 for just one student to take the bus to school. There are many high schools in our area, such as District 214 and District 219, who offer free busing. District 113 decided to buy their own school buses, a big expense, but now they also can provide free busing for families. Working at a low-income high school in Chicago, I've learned how to be really scrappy when it comes to funding. I'm confident that the hallways in my high school have never been renovated since the school was built. And because our budget is finite, we thoughtfully have to consider how to get the most out of every dollar and what will make the most impact on our students' education. I ask the board when reviewing budget requests to be scrappy, like I am, and to put the needs of students and families first. with a proposed $1,075,000 hallway renovation budget, we could offer reduced rate funding busing to thousands of District 225 students. I can't think of any family or any student who would ask for new hallways and new carpets over reduced fares in the bus and more money in their pocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. That concludes our community comment portion of the meeting. We now move to item 4 on our agenda, which are our board and superintendent reports. Dr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. I want to point out 2 commemorations that took place today at our high schools in recognition of today being Veterans Day. This evening, we pause to reflect and express our gratitude and honor the brave men and women who have served in our nation's armed forces. District 225 is privileged to have veterans among our staff who extend their commitment to service by making a positive impact on our students, their colleagues, and the entire community. To all veterans in our schools, our community and beyond, we deeply appreciate your service and the enduring values you embody. And I believe, Dr. Gravel, we may have some pictures. The GBN broadcasting team and history students collaborated on a video that shared stories of local veterans on our school social media pages. With that flair of dramatic that we're used to seeing from the GBN broadcasting team. And then at Glenbrook South, across some very prominent spaces, the students recognize individual veterans that they knew or came to know, putting the stories of the veterans on the walls where other students could see, or actually everyone in the school can see and appreciate the work and the service of our veterans. Very grateful for both schools, making sure that we commemorated our veterans. At the same time, this week, on November 15th, the School Board Members' Day. And this evening, we are honored to recognize and express our heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated members of District 225 Board of Education. School members serve as volunteer advocates and are unpaid, amplifying the community's voice. They craft a vision for our district and forge a pathway to success for all of our students. With unwavering commitment and care, they safeguard 2 of our most treasured assets, our students and our tax dollars. The district's administration and staff profoundly appreciates the dedication, time, and passion our board members devote to ensuring that our district upholds the core values outlined in our strategic plan. I thank you all for your remarkable service.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that's my update. Then we'll begin with Glenbrook South, where I know we have a lot of exciting things to talk about.
We do. It's actually been a great couple weeks at Glenbrook South, so I'm going to try and summarize some of the highlights. The first highlight I'd like to share is GBS hosted ILMEA this past weekend on Saturday. We had over 500 selected students and teachers from region schools who all came together at Glenbrook South for an honor band, honor choir, and honor orchestra rehearsals. They collaborated with students from other schools throughout the day. They learned brand new pieces of music together, and then they had a culminating concert at the end of the day in the auditorium. It's a really great opportunity for our students in the arts to be able to partner with students from other schools, to be able to learn about different types of music and different types of skills. So I'm glad that we're able to host that and bring all of our regional schools together. In addition, in academics, something I'd like to point out is we have 2 science teachers at Glenbrook South, Miss Lisa Pavick and Jessica Pritzker, who were selected to present at the National Association of Biology Teachers National Conference to be able to teach other teachers and share their practice and training to be able to improve science education around our great nation. So very proud of our staff being recognized at the national level for their knowledge and their expertise. This past week, we had a group of 25 students from the Oracle, which is our newspaper at Glenbrook South. They traveled to the JEA conference, the Journalism Education Association conference that took place in Philadelphia. And while those students were there with about another 1,500 student journalists from high schools around the country, our team had 7 students who competed on site on Friday in various categories, vying against their peers competitors from across the country and won awards. So the 7 students who won awards were Sarah Park, Molly Tomzak, Olivia Richardson, Anna Ivanov, Kate Regula, Bailey Baker, and Kate Shamo. I have the privilege of working with some of these editors on a monthly basis. These are some brilliant young ladies, and I'm really proud of them that the JEA was honoring not only their work, but their expertise at the national level. Very proud of our Oracle team. Over in athletics, we've had a great conclusion to the fall season. I know I've highlighted a lot of our teams and how far they went into the postseason, but we're wrapping up girls swimming and diving. Our Lady Titans just took 4th place in sectionals, and we have 3 of our Lady Titans going to state: Alexis Lisa Sue in diving, and Kendall Marcotte in 100 backstroke. So we look forward to seeing how the ladies will do at the state competition that's coming up. Our girls varsity volleyball team closed out a fantastic season with a 29-7 overall record. They won CSL South and as well as the regional title. Giving a shout out to our crosstown team, our GBS field hockey team ended up taking 3rd in the state. They finished their season with a great record of 14-5-2. Over in cross country, GBS had a runner go down to state. Our junior Caitlin Burns wrapped up another successful season and just ran down in Detweiler Park down in Peoria this past Saturday. And then over in activities, we are so blessed with one of the most beautiful maker spaces in the area. So this 2 weekends ago, we ended up hosting the VEX Robotics Tournament here at Glenbrook South, hosting over 16 teams from 6 different high schools. GBS alone had 4 different teams. And what you see are the infamous bots, and that is the Battle Royale, where these teams are coming from all over with the robots they're building in their engineering courses, and those robots compete here at Glenbrook South. I got the opportunity to go over to the maker space and see some of the lovely catapult arms and everything else that our teams have created. And I'm incredibly proud of these kids and their ingenuity. So a lot of great things going on at GBS. And with that, I'll pass it over to Ms. Bonner from GBN. I'll do it for you.
Thank you. So Principal Hughes can't be here today, so I'm here to fill in her place and give you some updates on the GBN side of things. So as Dr. Johns referenced this video for Veterans Day, it is on the GBN broadcasting site if you'd like to watch that. In the world languages side of things, we wanted to congratulate Mr. Josh Morrell. He's our instructional supervisor for world languages. He was recently recognized as the Illinois Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages Distinguished Service Category 3 Award. That Category 3 refers to individuals who have made outstanding efforts to promote world language study in Illinois. So thank you and congratulations to Mr. Morrell for all the work he has done on that. GBN students have been making a huge difference in the community and globally. 2 examples for you recently, junior Laura Hu organized a holiday benefit performance for the residents at Westland Senior Center in Arlington Heights. The group of 5 GBN students and 2 Maple Middle School students showcased music, dance, magic, and poetry for the residents, and they were featured in the Chicago Chinese Times for their work. Additionally, senior Chloe Zhu is attending the United Nations Climate Conference, COP29, in Azerbaijan, along with 4 other students, and they're representing It's Our Future. That's a Chicagoland Youth Climate Justice Advocacy Organization. So Chloe and fellow attendees will be participating in the Youth Voices portion of the conference on November 14th, a significant accomplishment on her part. Shifting a little bit this past Friday, thanks to the hard work of our sponsor, Mike Campbell, GBN chess team hosted a very successful chess tournament for over 200 competitors from 13 different schools. And moving into athletics a bit, at the sectional championships for swimming and diving this past weekend, GBN finished 4th overall, have some state qualifiers now. So we will see Sienna Wilson in the 200 freestyle and 100 backstroke, Anna Rudmo-Ketkin in the 100 butterfly. And then our 200 and 400 freestyle relays will also go, and that's Alicia Mastej, Abby Kim, Anna Rudmetkin, and Sienna Wilson. So good luck to our student athletes and our coaches as they head down to state for swimming. For cross country, we also had students participating at Detweiler Park in Peoria for state on Saturday, November 9th. A cool fun fact is 7 out of 9 of our athletes actually PR. They had their personal best at the meet down in Detweiler. So congratulations to that team. They took 15th overall. That's Nicole Gobliowski, Maria Polyakov, Veronica Eichmiller, MJ Say, Rebecca Zhang, Gabrielle Tamamadis, and Vivian Kian. And then the team is led by our head coaches, Bob LeBlanc and Brian Musoff, and then assistant coach, Kelly McLaren. So that's a GBN update.
Thank you, principals, and thank you for calling out the accomplishments, not only of our students, but also as our staff as they support our profession, both near and far. Thank you, Mr. Dowdy.
Thank you. These are wonderful reports as always. It's always uplifting to hear that. Board members, I know Dr. Steinberg, you wanted to share something.
Yes, thank you. I've been asked to share a tribute to Ben Hassman from Noah Walsh, who's a GBS class of 2021 and was a student of Mr. Hassman in Mr. Hassman A-Push class. So I'll read it and share it with the board. Ben Hassman was, in every sense of the word, a titan. He understood deeply the beauty and power of knowledge and saw the education of young minds as a sacred duty. His teaching introduced students to new ways of thinking, opened doors to unconsidered futures, and stoked the fires of passions yet undiscovered. He would be deeply, deeply missed by the 3 decades of students who had the distinct privilege of his tutelage. It is because of those students, though, that I know Mr. Hassman will never be lost. In every vote we cast, in every article we read, with a questioning spirit, in every moment we hope and strive for a better future, Ben Hassman students will carry his legacy. I am a better student, better citizen, and better man for having known him. His loss strikes me deep in my heart, but it affirms my commitment to those ideals he held so dear in his teaching: the responsibility for citizenship, the pursuit of knowledge, and love of my fellow man. Glenbrook South and the residents of District 225 owe him a debt of gratitude. I ask us to pay it back by living as he lived.
Thank you, Dr. Steinberg. Appreciate for your sharing this evening. Board members, anything else, Mr. Shine?
Thank you, President Dowdy. It is with sadness that I share with you the passing of Michael Scott Spizak. Mike lost his life in a traffic accident last week. Mike would have been 50 on December 2nd. I bring this to your attention because Mike is a GBS graduate who also went on to work for the district as a member of our technology department. Mike's brother Stephen is a current and long-term member of our GBS family, working with students in the GBS math lab. Mike is survived by his parents, who still reside in Glenview, his 4 siblings, and his son Joseph, who will begin attending GBN next year. On behalf of the board and the entire Glenbrook family, I extend our condolences to the Spizak family during this time of deep personal sadness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shine, for sharing. I'm sorry to hear about both these passings. Of course, we all appreciate the sharing, though. Other things? Ms. Stegman, anything at this point?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move to item 5 on our agenda, which is our consent agenda. Dr. Johns, are there any changes in the agenda?
There have been no changes to the agenda.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion
So moved.
to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Ms. Segwin,
Yes.
Mr. Shine,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Glowacki,
Yes.
Mr. Dowdy,
Yes.
5 members voting aye.
We now move to item 6 in our agenda, which are our discussion and action items. The first is 6.1, which is the resolution regarding estimated amounts necessary to be levied for the year 2024, which are ones I understand are paid in 2025. We pay in arrears. And this is one of the first large steps in this process. But again, I want to emphasize these are at this point estimates, I'm sure Ms. Tarver and Dr. Govell and others will be clear about. With that, Dr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. This is part of our annual process of producing and sharing the estimated tax levy. I'll leave this over to Dr. Gravel and Ms. Tarver.
I am not as eloquent a speaker as Dr. Gravel, so I do have a script.
Do not underestimate yourself. We know better.
So again, each year we present to the board the estimated tax levy. The estimated levy represents the amounts necessary to be raised to meet the needs of the upcoming year. Because the district is 94% locally funded, the levy is crucial for covering expenses such as salaries, benefits, instructional materials, and facility maintenance. The estimated levy represents an ask. Illinois law limits how much the district can increase its levy each year under the Property Tax Extension Limitation Law, or PTEL, which is also commonly known as the tax cap. This cap allows the district to increase its levy by no more than the lesser of 5% or the rate of inflation. For the 2024 tax levy, we are using the CPI of 3.4%. With the 3.4% CPI and a 1.6% new growth estimate, we are estimating a 5% increase to the levy. In the Finance Committee we just had, we did talk a little bit about the impact of that. And we estimate that if we were to receive the full ask, it would be roughly $48 a year for a $500,000 home. These amounts will be adjusted by the Cook County Clerk based on actual new growth. Illinois law requires school districts to hold a public hearing before adopting the final tax levy if said levy exceeds 5%. This gives residents the opportunity to review the proposed levy, ask questions, and express concerns. Regardless of the rate that we apply for, we hold a public hearing each year for transparency. Tax levy transparency is crucial and ensures that local taxpayers understand how their property taxes are being used to fund education. The district is required to publish a notice of the hearing in the local newspaper and make proposed levy available for public review prior to the meeting. Tonight, we are asking the board to schedule a public hearing on the tax levy to occur at the December 9th board meeting. Are there any questions?
Dr. Johns, anything you want to add at this point?
I just wanted to clarify on the estimated cost of an increase on a $500,000 home. That's all other factors kept equal because there's so many different things that can
Correct.
impact our tax bills. Dr. Gravel?
First of all, thank you, Vicki, for your wonderful presentation. Vicki also presented to the Finance Committee today. We identified the importance of some different information being shared with our community regarding overall taxes. And one of the conversations we had today was actually comparing Glenbrook High School District's tax rate to neighboring high school districts and identified that we are near tied for the lowest tax rate of all comparable area high school districts. So we'll provide additional information about that within our publication known as the Popular Annual Financial Report, which will be made available to the community on November 25th. And then just always a reminder, this evening there is no action requested at all. We simply are presenting the tax levy and seeking the board's approval to first and foremost put an advertisement in the newspaper and let individuals know that the public hearing has been scheduled, provide that information on our website for all to review, and then after the public hearing in December, the board would need to take action on approving a levy. So no action at this point, but happy to answer any other questions that folks may have.
Mr. Blackley?
Just a quick question. Can you refresh my memory if we do not request a increase and everything? What is the impact on existing home buyers, existing homeowners? Because if I recall correctly, the issue is, I think, with new developments and everything in the area that we have they kind of get the benefit of not having participating and paying and contributing to the taxes.
If we underestimate new growth, we risk the possibility of that tax burden being shifted to existing homeowners rather than the new properties. So we always like to have that new growth factor in there, maybe a little bit higher than it really is, but that way we make sure that we capture everything.
Okay. Thank you for that refresher.
Dr. Steinberg, anything?
No, I think everything, we had a productive conversation during the committee meeting, and one thing that came up that I just want to refresh or re-mention is that this has direct impact on our budget. This is the largest portion of the income that we get to support everything that we do. So I definitely support what they're presenting, and it's important to say that whatever we don't get, and there's going to be adjustment, will have an impact on the ability for us to continue doing the services that we provide. So it's important that the estimates hopefully are correct and that we get as much as we can get from this request.
Thank you, Dr. Steinberg. Mr. Shine, any questions or comments?
Given that inflation is now, has been coming down for the last year and a half, would it be accurate to say that the statutory limit where we're looking at this 3.4% this year would be a lower threshold next year? Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes, we're projecting right now between 2.3 and 2.5% for next year. And of course, one of the challenges is even though the revenue projection or the tax extension will be less, expenditures continue to rise. And so it's been a bit of a challenge, but that's where the estimate is right now.
Thank you.
Ms. Seguin, any comments or questions?
No, I participated in the finance committee meeting, so I'm good at this point. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for doing this. Just to be clear, when we ask for the 5%, ultimately we may end up with less because it's an ask, and that we learn that number at what point, next year at some point, or what's the timing on that?
It's in the spring.
It's approximately the middle of June. Sometimes we receive early notification around the graduation timeline. But in recent years, we've been hitting that middle of June. However, in over the last 5 years, there's been at least 2 years we didn't receive that number until September or October. So it could be later.
Are we planning, there's a delay maybe a year or two ago to which I believe you're alluding, for the second round of payments perhaps coming in, and we have cash flow to cover that
Correct.
interval?
Have received the last two property tax receipts timely.
That's
So
good.
we
That's
don't
good
have that
news.
issue.
All right. Do we anticipate or have any intelligence to suggest we have any concerns at the moment?
We haven't heard anything.
Not in the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay. And we have reserves obviously in place in case there's something of that extent. Okay.
So question, thank you. To your point, so if we don't find out this number until June, but we vote on our budget before that, right? We approve our, so what are we using as a basis for our budget approval?
Sure. So when the budget was approved, ultimately in September of this year, or just 2 months ago, we knew the anticipated CPI increase back in January 2024. So the district historically has utilized the maximum amount that would be available to the school districts in planning its spending plans for the next 12 months.
But we'll have to wait to see how much are we going to get based on this one.
The final amount, yes. However, one of the unique things within Cook County is the two tax bills are split before we know the actual amount. Because we know what 55% of the last levy is, we can estimate appropriately.
That makes sense. Thank you.
That's good. Ms. Mullenbeck, I know you've just joined us, and welcome. I know you're, I can see the increased speed of your pace just to talk levy. See, you timed it perfectly.
Michelle is remote.
Oh, hi, Michelle. Sorry, I have to just open up my document here. The question was about the balloon set aside for the adjustment. Have we already discussed this question? No.
We haven't spoken about any balloons.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, the way that the levy total amount is calculated is you have the cost of living increase, which is, I think, 3.4, and then with an additional 1.6 to take us up to 5. There was a note.
Which would be a balloon levy.
the balloon levy.
Yes.
So the 1.6, there was a footnote that said, just recognize that this is going to be adjusted, the
Mhm.
1.6. And I just didn't understand what would cause that to be adjusted, because even with the, but why don't, if you could explain that, please.
No, absolutely. So I want to leverage some of the resources that we have available to us. On the levy memo, on the absolute last page, there's a spreadsheet that's kind of in landscape form. And if we look at in the blue section, it says estimated levy and then the actual levy.
Mhm.
So on the estimated levy, we had a new growth factor of 1%, but it actually was only 0.8%. Now, that was a higher amount, though, than we anticipated because there was a TIF, the Dundee Skokie kind of TIF came off the books, and so we recaptured some of that. Otherwise, we were expecting closer to 0.7, 0.6. But where the balloon comes into play is we don't know how much new property will be recognized. Part of that is because new property is being recognized all the way up until the tax levy is finalized, as the Board of Review is finalizing their amounts and so on and so forth. So we seek to levy in excess of that, and then the Cook County Clerk, once we actually know the values, drops that percentage down.
Okay, so that was my question, because it says, I'm sorry, now that I'm actually looking at the note, it says the Cook County Clerk will reduce underline the amount. And I was just wondering, how did we know it would be a reduction? I mean, if it's just an estimate, we know we're estimating high.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, that's what I was-
And, you know, another way of looking at it, Sandy, if we look at in the gray, we look at the top, in 2019, we actually experienced new growth of 65.3 million. In 2020, 51.9. In 2021, 513. However, that was the Glen TIF. In 2022, 63. If we look at the estimated levy, we have in the purple, it's 119.4. From a trend analysis perspective, we are outside of trend. So that's just an illustration that we are absolutely doing a balloon levy.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And then Sandy, just a related response to a question I asked tied to that was if we do not capture the entire amount at this point, the burden then gets shifted down to the existing homeowners. So that's one reason the strategy has been to estimate higher. Otherwise, we start bearing the burden of everything. That's the difference. And something Vicky addressed that just prior, I think, till you walked in.
Do we expect this to change in any material way if in fact our student population goes down? I know that it's starting to plateau, but if it goes down, part of the flip side of what Mr. Galacki just noted is when you have new growth and you have new families, there are new needs for the school. Hence, we want those new folks to participate in the tax burden. But if in fact we get any more leveling down, and I know I can't remember where on the demographics on that, does that at least one factor go toward reducing the overall burden? I know there's inflation and other things that offset that, but just curious. You understand my isolation?
Yeah, so the offset is a key component. The reality is when we experience a decline of student population by 100 students district-wide, if we break that down to per grade level, we might be about 20 students. And from a distribution standpoint, you may have one student less in a few sections here and there, but it's not a global effort until you see a much larger decline. Typically, school districts that see 200 plus student decline will start seeing change in services. The challenge we run into is even in that event that we see decline, we're also seeing an uptick in demand for more specialized services. We see this especially true with some of our partner school districts, such as District 34, where we're seeing a much greater amount of newcomers come into the school district, as well as individuals transferring from more urbanized school districts and in need of more enhanced support. So it really is a balancing act. I don't see a great adjustment downward. However, I want to emphasize that one of the commitments that this board and the school district has implemented for decades is that the tax levy is not presented until the administration and the board finance committee perform a review of what our expenditures will be for the upcoming year, so that truly what we put forth as an ask and what we anticipate that we'll receive is demonstrative of the resources truly necessary to support the school district and maintaining status of programs and services, or increasing depending on if that's the direction.
Okay, that's helpful, and I appreciate it. Any other questions, folks, on the levy? This is going to come back on the 9th. I know there's actually in the memo, just if people can see it, we should upgrade that to, it says the 19th on the first page of the memo. So if we could make that the 9th, if someone pulls it up on the website. And that's when, and that's also going to be published, right? I guess it's tomorrow, right?
Be published on the 14th, but it'll be available on our website tomorrow.
But that's the X number of days we have to
Yeah.
do it for. Okay, terrific. Thank you for all your work on this, Ms. Tarberg, and your presentation, and Dr. Gravel and the team that's not here undoubtedly is so helpful. So thank you. Item 6.2 on our agenda is a discussion of summer facilities projects. Dr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. The district has approximately 1.4 to 1.5 million square feet under roof, and those buildings are getting older, and they require consistent upkeep and caretaking to make sure that they are fully operational and meet the needs of our students and staff. So for this summer, Dr. Gravel and Dr. Patak are going to give us an update on this summer's proposed capital projects.
This is a little bit of a preview. Each year, the Board of Education's Facilities Committee comes together to review a variety of recommended projects. The projects that are presented are a compilation of a review of what our operational needs are to address site work and aging facilities, things of that nature, as well as potential enhancements that are directly tied to student programming, whether that be through our academic side or as well as our activities, athletics, and the arts. Dr. Patak will give an overview of the projects that have been discussed and presented. Always important to remember as we're presenting projects now, the board is ultimately authorizing in a future meeting the administration to work with the architects to develop job specifications or bid specifications. The actual estimates that are included within the memo are conservative in nature, and Dr. Patak does have a bit of a reputation for bringing forth much lower estimates as we move forward. But she'll walk through those projects, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, RJ. This coming summer school is at Glenbrook South, so you'll see the majority of projects we're recommending will be conducted at Glenbrook North. On the second page of your memo, Table 1, it provides a nice summary of the various projects we're recommending this summer. I'm not going to walk through each of them, but as you'll see, there's a blend of routine maintenance type projects, which are with our tennis court resurfacing and paving replacement. Also, there's some modernization efforts. As we continue our student bathroom renovation projects, we'll be doing another set of student bathrooms at Glenbrook North and also adding a single user bathroom. A large project this coming summer is the CPA sound system replacement. And so that's replacing the equipment, a lot of the wiring. That's one that RJ and his tech team have been working very closely with the architect on. And then we also have some mechanical items. So all told, you'll see our total preliminary estimate is 5.7 million. We did discuss all of these projects in great detail at the facility committee meeting. What we would be recommending as a next step would be for our architect, Archon & Associates, to create very detailed bid specifications to put these projects out to bid so we can get actual numbers back. We would be bringing those numbers back to you in the February timeframe for discussion and then ultimate action. And these would be projects that would be completed next summer, the summer of 2025. I think it's also important to note that we've been working very closely with Archon and also our engineers on a long-term facility master plan. So that would be a very comprehensive 10+ year plan. They've spent a considerable amount of time in our buildings, walking and documenting everything that is aging and in need of replacement. And so they're compiling all of that into a long-term facility master plan. And so the goal is to bring that to the facility committee in February and then to the board as well, so you can get a feel for the long term. But the projects on here are things that they've identified in their plan. So RJ, Lauren and I are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Patak. Dr. Johns, anything you want to add at this point?
I think as always, Dr. Patak leads the associate principals of operations of our facilities through a careful process of analyzing all the work that needs to be done. Our facilities have been fabulous over the past couple of years as they focus on making sure we meet the 4As of athletics, arts, activities, and academics. And one thing that Dr. Gravel mentioned in our finance committee is that we started in the classroom. And so we're gravitating now from the classroom to other externalities or other places in the buildings that need attention. Certainly our bathrooms are pretty high on the list of our students.
Thank you very much. Folks on the facilities committee, Mr. Shines, anything you want to add at this point, or Ms.
I have a
Mullenbeck?
couple of questions because I was out. So just refresh my memory if you would, please. The field house floor at GBS, is that the original? So when
Yes.
that addition was put on, are we still on the original floor there?
No, so it's not the original. We put the field house floor in, I think it was 2015, 2011. I have it in the memo. Let me look. I referenced when it was. Is it 2011? Thank you. So it was put in 2011. At Glenbrook North, if you recall, a few summers ago, we had the incident with the oil spill with
I do.
the piece of equipment that was trying to clean the floor actually damaged the floor. And so we replaced just the center. And so that's the section that we're recommending we replace. So the track is holding up really well and is estimated to still get another 10 years. So it would just be the center area where the courts are that we are recommending we replace.
Is the center and the track the same material?
It's slightly different. The track is more of a textured material, and so it worked really well at North. We only replaced the center, and so it lines up really nicely, just replacing that center insert area.
Okay, my next question is on the fire system. You've said the fire alarm panel. Is it limited to panels, or does this go out to all of the devices?
It's just the panels, so the field devices will stay the same.
Okay. And I'm very happy about the fan replacement in the welding shop because it's really bad.
Yes, that's one of that one is original.
Yes, it is. And let's see, could provide just a little bit of color regarding the sound system replacement, because I know that's a very costly and complex item.
Yeah.
And I assume that this will be moving to another school near you in the future.
Yes, I'm going to help out on that one. We originally were contemplating moving forward with recommending both Glenbrook South and Glenbrook North to have the auditorium and the CPA respectively have their sound systems replaced. Sound systems are much more today than just wires, speakers, and microphones. There is a significant amount of digital processing equipment that's utilized to ensure that you don't have feedback, you have quality sound, and you're also supporting technology such as assistive listening devices and things of that nature. Unfortunately, over time, specifically at GBN, hence why it's top on the list, our audio processors continue to fail. Continue to fail to the point where we are unable to replace them, and we are borrowing them from different vendors that have them available. The updated sound system will not only address some design challenges from an acoustical properties perspective, where you have speakers pointed at the ceiling or at the wall as opposed to at the house or audience members, so that you can hear them. It'll address all of those. It'll do replacement of speakers. It will also transition analog cabling to digital audio cabling, which is more appropriate for the time. It's a long-term fix to address a lot of smaller incremental changes that will set up the auditorium likely for 15 to 20 years more in the future. One of the challenges associated with running wires, which is why you also see a bit of a higher price tag, is the CPA is very much grounded and built on concrete. And when you are transitioning a variety of wires and needing more wiring, we're going to have some trenching work to do and some substantial overhauls of where connections were originally put 30 years ago versus where connections need to be today. From just a very practical standpoint, from an audience member, if you sit and just hear a presenter on a microphone with a podium at Glenbrook South compared to Glenbrook North, Glenbrook South, even though it is a slightly older system, will have that true bass stereo kind of sound. If you're at Glenbrook North, it will sound much more, for lack of better terms, like a tinny can noise. And so we have a lot of that's caused based on how speakers are pointed, as well as the overall technology being used. That will all be renovated in time for Glenbrook North to host the Glenbrook Musical in 2026.
Thank you. Ms. Mellenbook, I think you're also on facilities. Anything particularly stick out to you?
I was happy to see that the last drapes are being replaced.
Yes, the final set.
All right, that's good. Ms. Siegwin, do you have any questions or comments at this point?
No, I don't. Just happy about all of the upgrades. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Steinberg?
Thank you. I'm just a comment. Can't help but think of numbers. I'm glad we have the money on our budget to support these things, and although we don't respond to public comment in particular, one thing that I was thinking is that more than thinking about the cost of anything that we do, I like to think about the effective cost of everything that we do. So if we replace something that would last for 15 years, we pay a cost today, but the effective cost is that value divided into 15. So not doing it will mean we wait 16 or 17 or 18, maybe we push it to 20. And when you look at the difference on that effective value, it ends up being $10,000 difference every year. If you have something for 15 years versus having something for 20 years, the same cost ends up costing less per year, but it's not significantly cheaper. We are talking about, for $1 million project, we are talking about $66,000 right now. And if we do it in 20 years, we're talking about $52,000. So while it's true, you may say, maybe I can defray it. We cannot replace regular expenses with what we are saving here because the real impact of it, it's only a small amount. Now, that being said, so maybe we should somewhere, because everywhere you say how long, what's the life expectancy, or when was the last time we did it? So that translates to a real cost of, there's a difference of what we pay right now. But if you own a property or something, you always save money because you know you're going to have expenses down the road. So that would be putting apples to apples. That being said, and this is outside of facilities, we may want to look at different things for other projects that we do. But in that case, I think it would be unfair to tax any of these projects because they sound large. Because when you look at it, if our cost of maintaining our carpets, up to date, it's only $50K a year for a large size building. Maybe that's something that it's okay. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Steinberg. Mr. Kulaki?
Thank you. So no, first of all, I want to share my appreciation to the Facilities Committee and all the staff that have been working on this to keep us ahead of the curve in terms of, you're hearing this last election, a number of building referendums go up. And some of them struggled, some of them went for financial reasons and everything else, but they struggled across the state in terms of getting that support. And the stewardship that this district has shown to keep systematically addressing these issues. From the student bathrooms, I know we've identified this a few years back. We started one place and started migrating over. The hallways, this is an example, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me, but is this the last stage of hallways at GBN, or we still have one more section over at athletics, right? Okay, so that's the last one, to keep and modernize the building versus what we've seen some of our neighbors do where they tear down buildings and have to build all from scratch. So that's where the stewardship is helping, to my colleague's point about here being mindful of it. I know we're always looking for other ways to then give back as well too when we can to other services, as we're mentioned in public comments and stuff as well. My question was, anything on here a surprise to facilities, I guess, that in terms of the estimate or anything else that we weren't really looking as a multi-year plan? I think it was the flooring was one of them, right? Because the spill and things, we were hoping to get a little bit more life out of that floor and everything, but due to the damage that happened there, I'm thinking maybe I'm
Yeah,
confusing
I
the
think you're
yoga
thinking of
floor.
Glenbrook North, but you're thinking of the Glenbrook North floor, I think.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. So any other surprises we should be aware of that are coming up for 2026, I guess that may be another leg of this?
I wouldn't say any surprises. I would say that we have heard a lot of very positive feedback from our students. We sometimes can chuckle about bathroom renovations, but a lot of our bathrooms across both buildings are dated, have some accessibility challenges. And then there's also, as we've talked about, a strong interest in additional single-use bathrooms for a variety of needs. And next year, we anticipate a much larger foray into that effort, where hopefully we can address the majority of bathrooms in at least one building and complete that project. We also, next year, will be presenting several safety projects utilizing some protocols that we'll be testing throughout the spring in terms of further addressing not our main entrances, which are well infrastructured and designed, but some of our other more popular entrances, such as by student parking lots, cafeterias, and things of that nature. Those are probably our two big focus areas for next year.
And as part of these projects, there will be some, I think you referenced this, but you didn't want to downplay it, smart renovations as well too, that we use these opportunities then to not only get things back up to from a look and feel, but they're also smart where we're wiring things for security purposes, running those troughs and everything while the ceiling's down. And sometimes that gets underscored in these reports and everything, but I'm assuming that hallway is a major run of a lot of network, a lot of security lines, all that fun stuff that we've been wrestling with.
Correct. And in a what I typically refer to as an open campus concept where students are in hallways on other unscheduled times and things of that nature, addressing some of those things are really important. From a security standpoint, sometimes you see these projects on here, but we don't call them out as much. Every time we address a parking lot design, we're also addressing the fact to ensure we have greater coverage from cameras and things of that nature because the parking lot is being rebuilt or we have additional trenching opportunities there. So a lot of that's being addressed as well.
Incorporate into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a couple things. And just to get the numbers on page 2, Dr. Patek, the paragraph under the table, it talks about the model allocating 5.7 annually, but then you travel down a few sentences and it says if we go above 5.5, then we look for additional budgetary reductions. We just have a trip chord at 97 or whatever percentage.
Yeah, I circled that. Yeah, I circled that to fix that for the consent agenda item. It should be 5.7 with both of the numbers.
Oh, okay.
So
All
good
right.
catch. Yep.
That's just my brain. Sorry.
Yep.
But they are consistent. Okay. That answers that easy one. Page 18, following up on Mr. Shine's comments, that we have something there on the fires, I believe, fire safety, the panels. I hear the word fire and it does get the antenna going up. Do we have any concerns safety-wise that these panels have raised with us or anything else we should be attending? Obviously, fires are extremely important.
No, they're still able to maintain them and provide maintenance as needed. However, they are, on their last leg. And so parts are becoming much more difficult. And so it's something that we will be replacing this summer, but there's not concerns that they're going to go out of service and not be able to be brought back up this school year.
Okay, there are no concerns in terms of that kind of safety.
No.
That's what I'm getting at, obviously of highest concern in a school or any building, frankly, for that matter. I applaud the long-term planning that I guess we're going to hear about in February, which is really part of the reason we're able to do most things in a preventive way as opposed to a corrective way. And we're fortunate to have the resources and the foresight to do that, and that's much appreciated. Is there anything in this round of summer projects where you felt as if it didn't make the cut, it might make the 26 cut or the 27 cut, but any concerns or places where else you would want to be doing things?
No, we were careful also this summer because we do have our shortest summer,
Right.
since with the schedule change, we'll be going back to school a little bit earlier. And so we feel good about this list, and we made sure the projects that did make the list are ones that we will be able to have finished by August 1st, given the shorter summer.
So in light of that shorter summer and everything you just said, which makes plenty of sense, are there any projects on the 10 or 20 or 30-year list where we felt we delayed them? There's any concern raised by that delay?
No.
Okay, that's good to hear. And finally, this is going back perhaps to COVID times, but just curious, do we have any concerns about supply chain issues about which we heard for a couple of years in terms of making sure that we move with enough speed so that you have the supplies in place in order to perform the projects?
No, as soon as we go out to bid and get board approval, we'll be placing the order for our mechanical unit in our welding area, but that we will have with plenty of time.
I'm glad to hear that. That's an improvement over a couple of years ago when we were much more concerned. Any other questions or comments, folks, at this time? Okay, thank you, Dr. Patak and Dr. Cabell and others who've been working on this. It's very important work. Item 6.3 on our agenda is our GBN Booster Scoreboard item. Dr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. We're very fortunate and grateful that our Glenbrook North boosters have raised enough money in order to upgrade our scoreboard at GBN. Dr. Gravel will walk us through the high points.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I just want to reiterate what Dr. Johns just mentioned. We have amazing parents that come together, not just at large events and games, but throughout the year to build a network and a community of supporters in different areas. Today, we're talking about the Glenbrook North Athletic Boosters, but candidly, we have this level of involvement and support from so many parent groups across all of our schools. Presented before you, and Dr. Patak will offer the specifics, is a GBN Booster Club donation in excess of $100,000 that's intended to modernize or enhance the stadium's scoreboard. From a spectator perspective, what this really does is beneath the actual scoring portion of the scoreboard are some fixed advertisements. Kind of think of them as light boxes with about 8 advertisements. And they were originally added when the stadiums were constructed with the new turf fields. And we sold those advertisements at the district in order to subsidize the cost of the acquisition and maintenance of those turf fields. Over time, we have not been able to sell them, not been able to move forward, and they're just kind of sitting there, and you can see that they're a bit faded, things of that nature. Instead of just replacing that advertising area with more digital-based advertisements, as you would see in so many stadiums that you'll go to across the Chicago or the Central Suburban League, or even in GBN's main gym, where you'll see a similar board, they've identified a solution that will provide advertising, but in a very cool way, even the ability to show live statistics of players and the game, taking it really to a next level. Certainly, it's a way to celebrate their corporate partnerships that they have worked for years. But another thing I really want to call out in support of this program is we sat down first and foremost as a building team and then as a district team to ensure that the total cost of this project is represented in the amount that you're seeing. And that total cost of the project is not just purchasing the board, it's actually installing the board, running fiber connections from the scoreboard all the way to the press box, so where it'll be controlled, and a variety of other items. All of that's in this amount. But we know when you're adding something like this, there might be ongoing costs, maintenance, things of that nature. And so we've worked with the Booster Club to identify an ongoing contribution as they sell booster memberships, part of those funds will be deposited into an account that is solely accessible to the athletic director for the purpose of maintaining that board. And so now we've built a long-term plan for supporting something that is very cool, will be a great enhancement to the area. And again, that won't add any additional burden onto the district's budget. And so with that, Kim, I'll pass to you the bidding process that we went through and the recommendation for today.
Yeah, and on the second page, you'll see there's two images. One is the image of the current scoreboard, and then the second is the current scoreboard, because the scoreboard itself stays the same, but with the attachments at the bottom that RJ was mentioning. So we went through a formal bidding process. We had 3 bidders submit bids, and Correct Digital Displays was the lowest bidder at $103,000. And so that is the company we're recommending we move forward with. This would go on consent at the next meeting. So it would be basically approving the bid, but then also accepting the donation from the Booster Club to pay for the project.
Thank you, Dr. Patak and Dr. Gravello. Dr. Jones, anything you want to add at this point?
No, I'm just enthusiastic about this opportunity for GBN. I think it's a way to enhance the game, call out some special work that the kids are doing. Looks like a great opportunity.
Yes, the generosity is underscored already of our parents, not just here, but elsewhere. It continues to be remarkable, and we're part of our great fortune of being part of this district. Board members, any questions or comments? I'll start with you, Ms. Melbeck.
So just I'm grateful for the donation. Thank you.
Mr. Glecki.
Yes, grateful for the donation and question, what are the GBS parents thinking of for GBS now? Anything on that end?
I think you'll hear about that in December.
Okay,
There's
all right.
a difference.
So that,
In a slightly different area,
A different area, nice
but
donation.
very cool nonetheless.
Yes.
now, seeing this season at a number of schools where they were using it effectively, it was also nice to see how this is used to communicate with the parents as well too about upcoming activities,
Yes.
themes and stuff that they were doing. So it really brought the community, what we saw was brought the community into what that school was doing. And it was, especially for those that there's some people that come to the football games, don't have kids there.
Mhm.
And this is where they're learning about it. So this is wonderful, and so appreciative of the parents for helping put this together. Last question, broadcasting. Did the parents, the boosters talk to the broadcast students and the broadcast parents and everything? I know this makes it a little bit more complicated because that's replays and everything, but I see those students running up and down the sidelines with the football players and the cameras on their shoulders, streaming the games and everything. And, this would be a great way for them to get engaged. And now you have arts and athletics working together.
Early preview. One of the challenges we experience at the GBN Stadium is internet connectivity. With connectivity brings many opportunities for mobile productions and communicating that information. And we have been able to apply for a federal grant, which we anticipate being awarded, which would allow us to extend fiber connectivity from the building all the way out to the football field, which would provide that. In addition to emergency communication lines and camera access to ensure that we're capturing the security of that environment.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Steinberg?
Echo the appreciation. I have one quick question, which is, who pays for meaning, are there any additional expenses that this brings? I'm assuming the maintenance of the board is different than the maintenance of static board or things like that. So is this adding some extra expenses? Is this paid also by the booster
I think
club?
that's part of the contribution you mentioned, right? So as they sell their advertisements, and part of the funds from that could go towards any ongoing maintenance, that there isn't any kind of fixed ongoing maintenance. It would be more troubleshooting if there was electrical issues and things of that nature.
So,
But
I double my appreciation because sometimes, good deeds are great, but then they bring some expenses to it. So at least they were thoughtful of thinking about the whole thing. So
Digital
nice.
signage has a known issue. You might see it if you're driving past those large billboards on the highway. Pixels, for lack of better terms, fail. And so you need to make sure you have a board that you can remove a small amount of pixels and replace. That's what the fund will also be supporting.
Great. Thank you.
That's good. Mr. Schein?
A nice collaboration with the community. in terms of the stoutness of the board, I think of all the different activities that go on out there, especially comes to mind is lacrosse with a really hard ball and et cetera. So is there some kind of protective piece in front of this? Or, I mean, I could really just envision kids, smacking a soccer ball into it, like a dribbling thing. And I mean, it's low to the ground and not to be a killjoy or.
No.
Or not that I would have ever done anything like that.
That is
However,
fair. So there's always the potential for damage to happen, but the current advertisements are light boxes, and the light boxes have not been damaged. So if we just use their longevity as an example, we're not aware of any large amount of projectile items hitting.
this is much closer to the ground, is it not?
It's about 4
Yeah.
feet longer.
And lower,
Yeah, 4 feet lower.
yeah.
Starting at the same top, but going down slightly longer.
Yeah.
We have not had further protective covering discussions, but we will follow up with that.
Don't want that. Yeah, that's makes it. Ms. Segwin.
Yes, just a couple of questions, and I agree with all the other board members that this is a wonderful collaboration with the community. Just a question on the donation. I'm just curious, was it a culmination of like different separate donations or one large donation? I'm just curious on the nature of it.
My understanding has been that the Booster Club, and we'll hear something very similar for Glenbrook South in a future meeting. They have been generating donations and revenue over a few years, and this is a large compilation of a few years of work and efforts through their Booster Bash and so on and so forth.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. And then second, will the scoreboard be used for all of the sporting events that are held in the field? So like, it's not just football, it's not just lacrosse, it's all of them?
Yes, so we, from our preliminary conversations regarding programming, there certainly is the ability to capture it, for lack of better terms, as a TV that you can display new content and things of that nature in live fashion. It also will likely have several programs that it will run that can, once turned on, it'll run a standard program unless that's changed. And the standard program would be recognizing the Booster Club, sponsors, things of that nature.
Okay, I'm just trying to ask questions around, just equity among different sports and everything, and just making sure that everybody gets a chance to experience it. And then last question, this is kind of similar to Skip's question. I was at a girls' softball game. My daughter plays softball, so I was at a softball game, which is right next door to the field. And something happened with the programming of the scoreboards. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but they were not able to display the softball team's score on their scoreboard, but instead displayed it on the larger scoreboard at the event that was happening at the same time. So I think there was some sort of, I don't know what it was, coding. I'm not sure what it was, RJ, but I'm just hoping that we take that into consideration when the new scoreboard is put up, that it doesn't affect any other sporting events happening in the adjacent fields.
Certainly. And we'll also follow up with Mr. Catalano to see, again, when we're doing this work, it would be an opportunity to address any technical issues that might exist on the current scoreboards. So we'll see if we can gather more information on that and we can report back.
That would be great. I would really appreciate that.
Just to confirm, what scoreboard was it exactly?
So the girls' new softball scoreboard that they got, I think it was 2 years ago, that's up on the, on the wall of the building.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. It was that scoreboard that was affected. And again, there was another sporting event happening on the field, on the football field at the same time. and there was some technical malfunction and they couldn't display the score because they were displaying it for the other event.
Okay. We'll follow up with Mr. Catalano on that one.
Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Galecki?
And I just had a, I guess, related question to that in terms of security on these dedicated lines and everything. In terms of what's transmitting, we've heard of things in the neighborhood being hijacked and everything else. This, what Ms. Sequin just referenced is another, it sounds like a routing issue possibly between scoreboards and stuff. How would this, is this wireless in terms of its communication? You mentioned fiber optics. And,
No, it's dark fiber that you're lighting on both ends.
okay.
So
So point to point with a router someplace.
yeah, the way it's currently set up would be point to point. We would look to add it within our loop, if you will, once we have internet connectivity there. But it would be segmented off likely on its own VLAN, so it's restricted and protected.
Okay, so you're directing, that's kind of how you direct the communications and which one's going to, okay.
Yeah, VLANs are key.
All right, thank you.
I just have one. Oh, go ahead. Ms.
Oh,
Sequin?
sorry, I just had one follow-up question to that. It just made me think about something, when Pete was saying that. How is the audio being, how does it change the audio, I guess, when this is put up? Does it change the audio?
Audio continues to be an opportunity for growth in the Glenbrook North Stadium and the Glenbrook South Stadium. This will not impact the audio in any way.
Okay, well, it's interesting you mentioned that because I think that's I don't know all the background behind it, but I think that was another just another topic of conversation while sitting in the stands. So I don't know what the situation is with that.
Yes, I think if you would like a bit of a small morsel of information, the approach to providing the visitor stands audio at Glenbrook North is by taking one of the speakers for the home stands and pointing it at the visitor stand, which then causes issues on the home stand and doesn't provide great audio coverage on the visitor stand. So that is an area that actually is being reviewed this year by our technology team, who kind of handles those AV projects. And we have a similar conversation taking place at Glenbrook South.
Can you also, I'm just kind of putting this out there, but can you also include in that review of the audio also the baseball and the softball fields? Because the way I understand how that has worked, there's like it's a portable speaker. I think that's how they're doing it. But if there's any way to address, it holistically on the athletic campus, that would be kind of cool, I think.
I would echo the coolness. We will pursue some options that might be there, and I will follow up as well at the next meeting on that.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick other item. We have 8 ad panels, and then I see 4 in the rendition. Bigger picture, our advertisers have been very generous to advertise. They're still interested in being on the cool scoreboard.
Yeah, so the advertisers who you see in image 1,
Yes.
they bought advertisement back when we put the turfs in.
Okay.
And they're still there after, we have not been able to replenish with new advertisers, so the
Okay.
interest just has not been there. So we're hoping that the boosters with this new layout can take a more active role in helping us secure, consistent advertisers.
Okay, that's great. Okay. Anything else? And Dr. Johns, there's no issues with policies. I see a policy cited here for accepting donations. I know we always are very, very grateful. We just have to make sure we follow all the policies accordingly.
Yes, Dr. Gravel and his team have reviewed the policies to make sure that we're within the policy for gifts, and we are. We will look at that very carefully. And this is, as we wrote the gift policy, this is some of the considerations we made as we revised it. I want to say, was that 3 years ago, Dr. Gravel?
Yeah. All right. Well, this is incredibly generous, and thank you for the work. We're working with the Booster Club and the collaboration with the community. Item 6.4 on our agenda, concerns policies and handbook adjustments in 3 areas: appearance, dress code, and electronic devices. Dr. Johns.
Thank you. The Board of Education directed the administration to still take a look at our practices in our schools to increase safety. And as a result, the administration, particularly the buildings, had a couple handbook guidelines, rules, regulations that they thought were important in order to enhance the safety of the schools. Although it is outside of our norm, with the success of our implementation of the cell phone practices in the handbook, we took these 2 rather prominent handbook rules and brought them through the policy committee. That's dress code and the use of electronic devices. The first of those 2, the dress code, does require a bit of a revision to our personal appearance policy 7160. The committee looked at these 2 handbook rules and the policy last week and have the revisions that are provided. Based on the feedback we get today, we hope to have these cleaned up and brought back to the board for our next meeting in order to have these new rules in place for the 2nd semester. Dr. Gravel, you want to add some specifics to what I just introduced?
Thank you so much, Dr. Johns. There are ultimately 2 handbook revisions that are presented here and 1 policy revision. I'm going to kind of group them together and start with the policy revision and the school dress code. The policy revision that you see before you is modeled off of the Illinois Association of School Boards Press Policy Manual, which, as a reminder, is a bit of a template that many school districts use as a starting point. Our existing policy that discusses what was called personal appearance, and we've renamed to student appearance, was last updated in 2002. And it was lacking some important elements. For example, the Illinois General Assembly over about the last, I don't want to get this wrong, so I'll go a little broader, about the last 5 years, passed 2 laws that directly addresses the importance as students are in school and might have certain hairstyles that are unique based on an individual's race, ethnicity, or culture, making it clear that those are permissible. And also making sure as we transition to that celebration at the end of the school year, graduation, that individual students have the ability to express themselves, their identity, again, their background, and things of that nature. Those 2 citations were missing in our older policy, and so we added them to Section B. The other thing we clarify here is that the dress code, as it has always been, is located in the handbook. And we always think that when we have policies that maybe individuals would go to first before they would jump to the handbook, that we direct them to where they can find more information. And so that kind of leads us nicely into section or chapter 6.20 of the school dress code. When working with students, especially high school students, it's important to be very clear in what the expectations are. And so we worked through a review of neighboring school districts, specifically high school districts, dress code policies. To give an example of who we reviewed, we looked at Niles 219, New Trier 203, Stevenson 125, Grays Lake, I forget the number, 127, Maine 207, and a few other ones. And what we found was a real nice kind of template. And that template starts with saying, what must students wear? That's kind of when we think of when you walk into certain stores that say no shirt, no shoes, no service, just very, very high level of what's expected. And what is expected is that students wear, key concept here, a shirt or equivalent and pants or equivalent. And, you know, the pants are just kind of an easy one to think of. Individual might wear a skirt, sweatpants, leggings, dress, or shorts. All of that's okay, but basically addressing a certain level of covering. And then also that students need to wear shoes. Students may wear, and this is different in all different districts. And it's based on what the challenges are of each unique district based on where they're located, different trends in the community and things of that nature. Here in the Glenbrook, students may wear hats as well as bandanas and wave caps. They can absolutely wear religious headwear and attire. It's okay to wear ripped pants and shorts and things of that nature. It's okay to wear tank tops. The only expectation ultimately is that clothing is covering and appropriate and doesn't have any inappropriate messaging, slogans, things of that nature. What students cannot wear is kind of what I alluded to just a few moments ago. We can't have violent or illegal imagery being shown. So advertisements for alcohol or for a dispensary, things of that nature. Anything that is hate speech, profanity, pornography, any accessories that can cause danger. And it's always important when you're thinking about accessories that time, place, and manner also applies. If you are in a wood shop class, it would not be appropriate to have long nexuses hanging while you're using saws, things of that nature. The same thing can apply in a science laboratory. Same thing can apply in actually some of our VEX robotics courses where you have open circuitry that might come into conflict with metallic objects. And so we have that flexibility to say when you're in an environment, staff can say you can't be wearing that right now. We also clarify that everything, again, should be worn in the proper setting. You shouldn't per se be wearing a swimsuit in a social studies or math classroom that should be used in physical education in a pool or things of that nature. And so we kind of break it down into what you must wear, what you may wear, and what you cannot wear. And then at the end, we emphasize that, because this is the natural question, well, who will make a final decision in the event that there's a question? And that is the responsibility of the principal or designee. So a designee might be the dean of students, so on and so forth. What the committee did a really good job of going through are all of the natural questions that a student might ask, that a parent might ask, clarifications for what is required versus what is not required, walking through just a lot of scenarios. One of the things that was also very important to committee was making sure that if we're going to make a change, some clarifications, things of that nature, that there needs to be a way to make sure everyone is aware and individuals who might have questions can ask those questions. And that's why we've been doing this more and more now. Instead of just the board might at some point take action, that's not the date that we're going live, because we need to have an opportunity to communicate. We need to have an opportunity to make sure we didn't miss anything. We need to make sure that all students, parents, families have been heard if they have concerns about this. So we would have a period of time and wouldn't move forward with implementation until the second semester. The other thing that we also talked about, and we referenced our cell phone caddy procedure as an example. We continue to emphasize that in our field, we're truly committed to continual improvement. We know that we might miss something. And if we do, we need to be committed on a timeline to come back and make additional adjustments. By moving forward with the second semester implementation, again, with proper communication, additional dialogue, and things of that nature, we can refine and address things before next school year if we find that there are issues that have popped up. So that was another talk of the committee. Before I kind of go on to the next policy, I want to pause for a moment because Dr. Georges herself has served as a dean of students, assistant principal, and principal, and has navigated some of these very challenging kind of procedures in a variety of settings. So maybe you can share some of your thoughts as we develop this.
Absolutely. First of all, it was a wonderful opportunity to collaborate between GBS, GBN, and with board members. You know, when we looked at the existing state of our handbook language on the dress code, we were not clear and explicit in student-friendly language. So that's the first thing that we were trying to accomplish, is to make sure we were not leaving any ambiguity, but we were having very student-friendly language that at any time a student or their parents could look at the handbook and very clearly understand what is the minimum requirements of what I need to wear and what are the things that I cannot wear. And that's why it's broken down into the categories with such language. I think the other thing that is very important whenever you're putting a dress code into place is to make sure that we're honoring the dignity and ensuring the belonging of all students. We want to make sure that every single day, every student at GBN and GBS can walk into these buildings representing who they are as an individual and making it clear to other students and our community that we value that. But being able to define that in a safe way as well. So what we're trying to accomplish is that on any given day, a student or a parent knows exactly what could be expected of every student at the halls of GBN and GBS, and that there's no ambiguity or subjectivity or interpretation of what we expect students to wear every day. So with each one of the bulleted items, we went through the process of asking the questions or pushing the limits that sometimes adolescents may want to do. And we're very, very thoughtful in how we constructed each individual item to make it as clear as possible. And in the end, we know there will always be different interpretations. And that's why the very bottom of the policy is indicating that the final decision is principal or designee. I believe this dress code better equips not only our students and families, but our deans to know what we expect in District 225 every day, and also respects them as individuals for who they are and how they express themselves.
And so along those lines, and I'm going to go through one other policy, or forgive me, handbook revision. I just wanted to draw again to the conclusion that the policy ultimately is revised to comply with state statute, but the policy then references the dress code of which we just outlined here. The second item that we continue to evolve and work through is student use of electronic devices, very high level, students' use of cell phones. We have worked very diligently with our teachers to do our very best to keep students on task during classes, hence the implementation of the cell phone caddies. But we have encountered some difficult situations that are just a result of when students have their devices, how they're using them, and also trying to provide an opportunity to educate students on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. In today's era of live streaming, there is actually a need to clarify that students should not be live streaming, whether it be interactions among other students, they're not aware of them being captured in a private setting like a school, as well as in classrooms. It's also important, again, kind of going down the path in today's challenges that we experience with adolescents, taking a picture of a student, taking a video of a student, again, in a way that they are not knowledgeable of, and then distributing that and allowing commenting and things of that nature. That's not appropriate. That's not being a Spartan. That's not being a Titan in what we believe in for our school-wide expectations. There's also, unfortunately, times where utilizing that capturing technology that we're aware of assessments being captured. And so we'll take a picture of a test and we will send it to our peers so that they know of it before they're taking it. That is a form of academic dishonesty. And as Dr. Georges mentioned, we're looking to be explicit and very clear in what is not allowed. The only other issue that we mention in here outside of cheating and capturing images or different situations is making even more clear that when you are in an environment such as a bathroom, the state of Illinois has very clear laws about the presence of cameras in bathrooms, but it's not just taking a picture, it's also recording audio. It's also recording a video or taking a picture. So we have to expand what used to be a very simple definition of no pictures, and we have to address just the rise or the changes in how we utilize these devices to make it clear. And so you'll see those revisions there. As a reminder, the board also redesigned, if you will, Board Policy 6235, which is our acceptable use policy. So we did use this as an opportunity to update that policy link there and also the name. With that said, Mr. Doughty, that's kind of an overview of what we wanted to share so far this evening.
Thank you. That was comprehensive. Dr. Johns, you want to add anything?
The only piece I'd add is we spent quite a bit of time on these 3 documents to make changes. I think it was well over a 2-hour discussion. I think that revealed the amount of discernment that was given to these particular changes.
No, and there's a lot of work that goes into these policies and procedures that come before the committee before they actually arrive. I mean, there's lots of work. We've been very good and disciplined about bringing stakeholders in to make sure we have all the inputs that are helpful to the committee. This is a different sort because it is a handbook level. And Dr. Dr. Gravales, I'm looking at you. If you could just take 60 seconds and just clarify for people just the distinction between the two. I know you mentioned some of it before, but just make it really clear because we normally at a board look at just policies and procedures.
Correct. Board policies are intended to be overarching philosophical standpoint or viewpoints or expectations that ultimately the administration is expected to implement. The actual technical details of how we implement policies is often left to procedures, which in this case would be procedures that are listed in the handbook. The handbook is, again, not the laws that are ultimately board policies. It is how we are applying the laws through different regulations and expectations. You will tend to see 3 times more words in the handbook than there is in a policy because we need to make sure that all of the stakeholders who something applies to can understand what are the expectations. And the handbook itself goes through a revision on an annual basis. It's a multi-day time when we go through all of the new policies, all of the new statutory requirements, and we update the handbook in advance of the summer student registration process to make sure that everything's up to date. One of the other important elements of the handbook is I use my example of one day there was Twitter and then there was X. By having our procedures in the handbook and not in policy, when changes like that happen, we're able to easily go through, change Twitter to X, and now it's up to date. Whereas policy goes through multiple revisions, processes, and things of that nature.
And when we do policy along those lines, we try to keep some of the language a little more general, a little more flexible so that we can be nimble at the building level in implementing it. This has been a lot of work, as others have said, and I appreciate all the efforts from the buildings and from the administration on this. I would just suggest a second level of communication. One is to our communities, to our families, which we've talked about how important it is to make sure they understand what's going on in the handbook, particularly if it's a change that's done during the school year as opposed to one where they get materials in July or something like that and they're looking at it. The second level, though, is communications between the buildings because there are going to be judgment calls. And my guess is the judgment calls made in South and North are probably frequently going to be similar, if not the same. But share that knowledge. Dr. Georges, you bring a dean's knowledge, and I think Dr. Johns has a dean's background too, to that experience, which is a rich experience to bring. But these are real world things happening daily or sometimes daily. And I would just encourage continuing communication between the buildings so you can build that knowledge base. It's not dissimilar from precedent that is set legally. We get a sense of how different items are dealt with differently. So with that, we're coming back on policy on the 25th about this, but we don't pass on handbook per se.
No, what I think we'll do is we will update the handbook in its entirety, and we'll include that on consent as well for the board to see the whole thing in its final version on the 25th.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mallenbuck?
can understand how difficult an undertaking this was, because these are difficult things to define, I think. So I applaud you for that hard work. I do have a couple of comments. With respect to the dress code, if I understand correctly, before the handbook, then as far as dress code, really only talked about coverage. There wasn't really any specification of what was considered appropriate or inappropriate in the sense of messaging or anything else. It was just that you had enough clothes on your body, basically. So are we anticipating now that there's going to be a big change in what we're seeing? I mean, were kids wearing inappropriately messaged things before and we just say, sorry, we can't do anything about it? Or is this a sea change, or is everything going to be pretty much the same? It's just been written down now.
So everything's going to be pretty much the same. If you take a look at the link provided, you'll see there are 5 little bullet points that are crossed off but expanded upon further now in the new language. So that was included in our previous handbook language.
Okay.
Some of the items you're referencing. We're just being more explicit in kid-friendly language to expand upon some of the examples that were a little vague for them. But no, I don't think we're going to have a massive change in the tide here. I think it's just going to be a little bit clearer for students and families what we expect every day.
Let me just jump in for a second on that, just to clarify. One of the things that was said in policy was along those lines that we're better reflecting reality by
Yes.
writing it down. So that was, I think, the way it was put to Mr. O'Hara and me when we asked that question. So I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, that's very
It's
helpful.
a good question.
As for the switching to the other handbook policy, or sorry, not policy, it's not a policy, it's a handbook. It's different. The use of technology and devices. I guess my concern is going to be, this is going to be a big change, I feel like, in the sense that kids are taping each other I mean, they do TikToks constantly, everywhere they are, whether it's in school or not. I know every swim meet that my son swam in, there was always someone who was probably live streaming it to other kids who couldn't be at the meet, for example. And that's, a lot of that's just completely benign. Nothing wrong about it. But if we're saying they can't do it, we have to enforce it against that sort of behavior, as well as things that are getting posted on Barstool that we don't want out there, right? They're both covered by this policy, right? I guess I'm struggling with how realistically this will be enforced in an even-handed way if the policy doesn't really, not the policy, the handbook does not distinguish between, a sporting event on the one hand and, something that's more nefarious on the other.
Yes. So one of the things that we're going to have to do when we communicate these updates to the policies to families is define that distinction of what are public events. So for example, things like a swim meet or the fall play or a football game, those are public events. So there's no reasonable presumption of privacy in those settings. What we're talking about primarily, specifically in the first bullet, is the recordings in bathrooms. One of our obligations with a student handbook is to help prepare our students for the future and the world that they're about to enter, training them on some of the expectations of our society as a whole. And one of those things that is a law in the state of Illinois right now is not being able to record people in bathrooms. So we want to educate our students by modeling that in our handbook expectation and allowing them to practice those things under the auspices of the guidance of a dean and their family in a very developmentally appropriate way. So yes, we will be working with our students. We have a tendency to model examples. At Glenbrook South, we have, for example, our Titan values, where we define what does it mean to be respectful in a classroom? What does it mean to be curious in an athletic activity? We'll do the same with these. We'll put some exemplars and talk students through periodically over the course of the next few months, where is it appropriate to videotape and Snapchat, and where is it not? And helping them learn that societal distinction that's outlined here in the new handbook language.
I
Per-
think,
Dr. Gravel?
I was going to say, perhaps, I know we talked about this at the handbook committee, but as I'm reading to Ms. Mullenbeck's comment, perhaps we can add additional verbiage directly in here that addresses a public
Public
event
event.
versus an
that's what I
academic
think
setting.
is missing is.
We
is
talk
because
about it.
it's-
We don't have it
Yeah,
written.
it
Sure,
seems, it just
absolutely.
seems very,
Yeah, Dr.
very
Gravel.
broad.
Dr. Revelle, if my recollection is correct, under point 5, and I don't know that this is as clear as it needs to be, we did talk about that constitute an invasion of privacy, and that's where we ended on that. However, I would draw our attention to number 7, which would say any form of live streaming, as I interpret it, is prohibited, and I don't think that that is consistent with what our thinking was in terms of violation of privacy.
We can
And also,
definitely clarify that.
And what we mean by violation of privacy is probably
It'd be
different than what the kids are thinking.
Mhm.
I do think that would be helpful because some of these, maybe it's just a question of grammar, but some of them don't seem to be qualified in any way. There's just, a statement, no live streaming ever. No posting anything that you don't have someone's permission to post. And that, just standing alone seems to be too broad a prohibition. We are going to be qualifying all of this with the notion that there are private spaces and public spaces, and when someone is in a private space, they should be able to have their expectation of privacy respected, and that means you can't do any of these things in a private space. But in a public space, you're allowed to do these things, and you don't need someone's consent, because when they are in a public space, they understand that they do not have an expectation of privacy, and then therefore someone could post a photo or whatever, as long as it's not demeaning or, I'm sure there's caveats to that as well. Just because you're in public, maybe it's just a way of organizing the bullets a little bit differently, and putting qualifying language in that captures all of those concepts as they apply to each of the bullets, if that makes sense. Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Steinberg?
Thank you. A couple of, first of all, I know this clearly, it's a lot of work, and I commend all of you for putting the time and even recognizing that these things may have to change with time. I'll make a general comment and then I'll go to some specific points. This is just me, okay? But and to take on Dr. George's, your previous point, I like policy to focus on the positive language versus the negative language. This policy, it says a lot, we do not intend to, but doesn't say what we intend to, which is what you were saying earlier, creating an environment where everybody feels safe, feels that can express their sense of belonging and show who they are. We say what we are not trying to do, but especially in the student handbook, as a welcoming environment, we want to say what we are trying to achieve with this. And I'm not an expert on phrasing it, but just from the point of view of the spectator here of reading it, if I would be a student or if I would be a parent, I would love to see that positive side of the policy, not just the negative side of it, because I believe that's the intent. We're trying to avoid people not feeling right at the distance. So that's kind of my general comment. In terms of small things, I'll piggyback on what Sandra was saying in terms of use of devices. And this is from I may be nitpicking too much here, but my experience at the college, the issue of privacy has multiple layers here because we're dealing with minors. I'm taking a photo with Skip, but there are 10 people in the background that don't even realize that they're in the background, and somebody is in school, and it has a specific family issue where multiple parents or different places, and somebody said he wasn't going to be in school. It is in school. These days, Facebook and all social media recognize faces, so tags people in. We need to be a little bit careful. I caught halfway what you were saying about public spaces. I don't think inside of the school there's any public space. There may be more exposed areas and less exposed areas, but we are inside of the school. And even the fact of recognizing that somebody is in school or is not in school on that particular day should be protected. So I hear the point of the bathrooms and the locker rooms, but it's an extent to the entire school, just because of the unintended consequences. This is not just simply, it may be a very innocent picture, but that person may have told somebody else that, or a parent of a person or a guardian of a person may have said for whatever arrangements they have on the family, that the person is out of town or is not here, and this may generate issues that could easily be avoided. That's one point. I like this idea of having the policy wait for a semester to see how the community feels, parents and students. We've seen many times a parent coming here or a student coming here and say, if my son or daughter listens to what I'm saying now, or if my parents hear what I say now, let's make sure we have mechanisms for feedback that protect anybody who wants to give us feedback. So anybody who wants to add to it has an opportunity to let us know. I'm sure we miss a lot of things, and I'm sure what we think one way could be offensive, it may not be for other people, and we need to figure out what's best for the policy. On that spirit, I see that the device policy has a 0.5 that says a committee of administrator, teachers, and students would reconvene every once in a while. It would be nice to have a similar type of committee for the previous policy for the school dress.
So Dr. George has mentioned that we do that for the entire handbook.
Oh, okay.
However, here it's expressly stated. I have no concerns adding that similar comment because that is our practice.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
okay to put right out there.
To Mr. Dowdy's point earlier, to make it very nimble, so we things change. The other thing, my last comment, and I don't want to open a can of worms here, but I appreciate that there is an administrator in the building that could settle any issue that may be ambiguous, but I'll say it and take it and leave it. I think in some situations it's worth to hear more feedback than just the administrator, because we may not be, whoever is taking the case, may be seeing only from one point of view. So, and I'm not volunteering for this to do it with everything, but it's the same thing. What I may feel offensive, 10 students in school may feel that this is perfectly fine because this is what happened on the last video clip of the artist of Vogue that everybody follows. So before rushing, I would take that back. Before thinking on a judgment, I would love to hear some feedback on specific situations.
Yeah, so with every single one of the statements in the handbook that says the final decision is principal or designee, the process that we go through is what you're describing. So for example, if a dean made a judgment regarding our dress code language, and perhaps there was a disagreement in that interpretation, the principal or designee, which as you recall with the new org chart, we would go through a variety of levels. So first, if it was a dean, the assistant principal of deans would hear both the dean and the student and the parent, and they would make a judgment call. And if that designee, there was still a concern from the parent, then it would go to the associate principal of student support, and she would hear the student and the parent and the dean and make a judgment call. And then in the end, if it finally gets to me, I would hear the student and the parent and the dean and make a judgment call. The reason we tier it that way is to make sure we're being very thoughtful and we're hearing a lot of different voices and we're coming from a variety of different perspectives on the topic before the finality of that decision is reached. So we do that process repetitively with pretty much everything you've ever seen in a policy that says the final decision is principal or designee. That's the process that we use for everything because we don't want any kind of unilateral or isolated decisions to be final.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shine.
Not so much in terms of specifics, but we're here talking about this because of a recent incident. We've not said anything about that tonight. And so my question is, with all of the time and effort we've put into this, will we be in a better position if we were faced with this exact same thing tomorrow, and this had been our policies and procedures? Talk us through how it would be better, because we have angry community, a student we're trying to protect, and this gray area leading to a somewhat ambiguous response that, we tried hard. It was something we hadn't really dealt with in the past. And that's what happens when you're faced with new challenges. So That's really my question. You know, it's got a lot of words here and a lot of
No.
moving pieces. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. What's just always as we do, be extraordinarily careful about privacy and confidentiality as to our students and our staff. And you all built in years of judgment, but just these things are extremely important for us. So with that, please, thank you for the question.
Over the past several months, our school district has navigated some difficult situations. And following those situations, we've referred to them a few times around this table. The board has issued different directives to the administration. And each directive was, in my humble opinion, intended to ensure that we put forth an examination of our current practices, whether that involves policies, procedures, handbook language, our own awareness of how to function as an organization that sometimes we talk about in training and professional development, and to work through them systematically. The two handbook changes presented before you address a variety of topics, some of which that have reached the board table and others that are just navigating two high schools with 5,100 students. Mr. Shine, to your exact point, one of the most important things for our students, for our parents, and for our community is to have access to an unambiguous understanding of what expectations are. I've used this concept a few times at the table that I refer to as school-wide expectations. And school-wide expectations, they have a lot of terms with them, depending on what district you're in. Sometimes we refer to them as class act. Sometimes we use programs such as Tighten values. At the end, the intent is to ensure that students know what's expected of them in different settings and in different situations. And where I feel we have had the greatest opportunity for growth, which has been in many ways addressed by yeoman's effort of a group of individuals coming to look at policies that are nearly 20 years old, some 30 years old, is ensuring that the language that defines what our rules and expectations are clear and accessible to the parent who they have their first kiddo going through the Glenbrooks, and to the student that might be a growing 8th grader coming into freshman year, or a senior that's in their final months. The language presented here is clear. However, I want to emphasize that every time we put procedures in place, inevitably, we likely are not addressing every situation that could be before us. And that's why it is incumbent upon us, whenever we set new procedures, we make modifications, to go through that continual evaluation process. And what I mean by that is, periodically, not once a year, not once a week, but somewhere in between there, we are getting together to identify situations that have arisen in each building. And Glenbrook South is different than Glenbrook North, which has a different experience than Glenbrook Off Campus or transition services. But getting everyone together, sharing those experiences, and refining what we have. But also, when anyone has a question, not in a situation where there's an incident that's happened, but when someone wants to know, what are you doing in particular to ensure that my child is safe and secure in their learning environment, we are able to point to exactly what we're doing. And when an issue comes up, we can go through a process and understand. So from a very practical, or from a very high level, I do believe we're in a better spot. But Dr. Georges is someone who processes situations, not necessarily disciplinary situations, but situations that arise, and making sure that students remain on the right track and get guidance. How do you feel this will help improve our experience?
So to answer the first question, the answer is yes. I think we're in a better position to be able to help our families and students navigate what our schools have faced in the past month. A lot of the questions that were received on both viewpoints was coming from the place that our policies and our handbook, they weren't clear. So there was a lot of questions being asked about, well, what is this allowed, or is that allowed, or is this allowed, or is that allowed? So we're trying to be very clear about that so that those questions are proactively answered instead of receiving those questions from the community when they arise and answering them individually. In addition, again, we're trying to focus on student-friendly language and patterns that we see in behavior to be able to be more preventative in some of the things that we've experienced, rather than, again, being in a situation of reacting when we're faced with some behaviors that adolescents choose.
And let me add to that. It's clearer in language, setting out our practices, which is the practical side. But there's a second aspect. This process, which involved Mr. O'Hara and me at a certain level, but others at a much greater number of levels, forces us to enrich our understanding of what we're doing. And so we're better able to apply our policies and procedures. They're not only more clear, we've thought through a lot of issues. And just listening tonight, you brought up others brought up other issues, and it's important for us to hear that. And not closing our eyes once we have these changes made, closing our ears, but continuing to bring in the information, which is my one small point before about having the buildings share information, because these are difficult issues to navigate. You know it from experience, and others do as well. So I think it is better in terms of laying things out, and also forced a lot of folks to go through the discipline of spending the hours thinking through them, which means our answers will be easier for questions.
So we've had this I'll give you a parallel example here. So we've had the substance abuse policy for years, and it has been modified constantly. And it's modified, leaving the fact that certain laws have changed, but in response to those, of course, you change. But we always thought we had it covered. And then there would be some weird little nuance between use or under the influence or distribution, or, and we thought we had it. And you'd go through and you would like change it and change it. And so what I would say about that exercise is, if you had a problem, you would add something to the policy. If that problem recurred, it was right there. The ambiguity was taken out of that. Now, it didn't take away the possibility of something that was slightly different, but you definitely took that one out. Like somebody driving their brother's car and then they find something in the car. Okay, that had never been considered. You're like, oh, okay, so I just hope, and I'm not going to press you on it because I've heard a lot of talking here about this, but I would just like to think if we face the same thing in the same way, the outcome that we just had won't be the same. That is what I would like to believe. What all the work and effort went into this will not leave us in the same place, because then it's these documents and procedures haven't done what we need them to do. And I am leaving here concerned.
Bruce, can I add something maybe helpful? One thing that I haven't seen on this policy, maybe I missed it, is the word disruption. We apply to communication and language sometimes.
Did you say disruption? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right? So I'm thinking about a very simple example. Something that is controversial happens somewhere, and half of the students decide that tomorrow it's wear green day. We're all gonna come with green pants and green shirts, which is totally appropriate, but it's gonna be all of us, except that all of us may be only 30% of the school. And there's another 30% that is totally against that all green. So tomorrow we're gonna come all wearing all blue. According to this policy, that's not a big deal. Nobody's doing anything crazy. crazy or out of this spirit of this policy. But this generates a lot of disruption because it's a collective thing that doesn't have to do exactly with what you're wearing, but your wearing implies something else. Or down the road, I do on my research a lot of slang. So right now the word flower, it's great, but 10 days from now, somebody comes and says flower actually represents, you name it, pot or something else. Nobody's breaking the policy by coming with the flower t-shirt, but on that particular instance, they are generating a disruption. We don't have to change the policy every single time that a new word becomes part of the vocabulary or anything else, but it's clear on your assessment on the building that there's an implication of generating an intentional implication or non-intentional of generating.
It's hard to see, but in the second to last line, we do have a reference to disruption.
Okay, so I missed it.
And also, I think that you correct me on this, but I think they're generic policies also that go to educational
Yeah,
disruption.
there's an overall
Okay.
arching.
Because
policy.
that will take care, I don't want to go to past or anything like that, but thinking on the future, that will take care of any situation that seems to be okay or seems to be okay for a group of people. As long as there's a clear understanding that it generated disruption, intended or not, there's a need to pay attention to it, and it wouldn't be discriminatory or anything else. I mean, again, I don't know if that answers your question, but I think that's the spirit of the
It
policy.
makes me feel better that there is some kind of mechanism because it is the disruption in the current situation that really impacted the organization.
So that's when we have other legal standards that we need to apply. And then other legal reasoning that exists either generally through case law, that has to be interwoven in the administration's response to a particular event. So when we talk about disruption using the green and the blue example, the question would be, is it a clear and material disruption? Or is it a vague notion of a disruption? If blue and green are gang colors, generally they're affiliated in the same side, but let's pretend that they're not. I think that's pretty obvious, depending on the community and past practice, that administration could predict that it's clear and material disruption. If, however, it just draws weird looks from the two sides over you chose blue, you chose green, and there's no impact to that disruption other than sideways glances, we don't have a clear material disruption. And to have a clear material disruption, we would need things like people bringing forward a complaint and describing how that has some sort of implications that's going to cause a real impact on our learning environment.
Yeah, my comment was in the spirit of giving the buildings enough leeway so they can act on these things without having to escalate or maybe go to legal, at least to the minimum possibility.
Thank you. Mr. Shiner, did you finish your comments? Thank you. Ms. Seguin.
Again, thank you very much for doing all this work and putting this together. I know it's not necessarily a very easy topic, given everything that everybody said tonight. I just had one specific question when I was reading the changes in the proposed language. There was a section in there about not having a ski mask or hood on, and then I think there was a parenthetical or something other than for religious reasons, I believe. I would think that if the covering over the head or the face, whatever, prevents you from identifying the person, that would not necessarily be a good thing, right? I can imagine a scenario where somebody has something over their head and you can't identify the person. They got a student ID from somebody else and was still able to come into the building. So I know that might be like a rare scenario, but to me, I would think we would have to put something in there that you still must be able to identify the person. I don't know if I'm thinking about this too far, but to me, I don't know why we would even allow a student to wear something like that in the building if you can't identify them.
Certainly. So in certain situations in different, for different religious purposes, students might have a need to wear a more substantial garment around their face, which could restrict viewing. The way some school districts have navigated that is even transitioning to making sure the student has an identifiable ID that is visible, so that they can be verified and things of that nature. There's a few different approaches, but we would really work on a case-by-case basis, likely with the student support team, their SST, and make sure that we are balancing not only their individual personal practices, but also the need to ensure school safety.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kulaki.
Following up on that, then I have a few other questions. I apologize if I'm going to repeat some of the areas that we were discussed already, but if I'm not mistaken, though, I think it's permitted that they, when they're entering and things for security reasons, you momentarily uncover and everything, but, or no, not at all. Okay.
It is a very rare and unique occurrence that students would either have a mask for medical purposes or a religious attire. For example, some of our athletes out on a field when it's very cold in a ski mask, very rare occurrences where students would have their faces covered. But we know the students that we're interacting with or those that have those unique circumstances. So we're able to identify them by other means because we have those relationships with our students or our athletes. We would honor and respect particularly the religious attire, but we would know in advance who that student is and we would cross-reference it to their ID card. Now, if we had another student that we were not aware from, as Dr. Gravel said, the SST team who would have such a need or a medical need through the nurse's office, we would go through a more thorough process of making sure we were identifying them against their ID card.
Okay.
But it's
I guess-
very rare
and I was
occurrences.
thinking more of the egress and
Mhm.
entering into the facilities and everything, once they're in the facilities and everything. But
Mhm.
I thought there were some exceptions for identification, though.
No,
Okay.
typically our security personnel know our student body very well.
So going back, I guess, starting with the student appearance policy, kind of all along the lines of my colleague and everything, and I appreciate the committees, everybody's work and everything. I think the simple addition of right after Board of Ed to provide a safe and respectful environment, and then we go into the rest would, it sounds like that's what we were trying to get, but that is the environment we're trying to create here. And so it starts off with that. So, and then where.
This is meant to be the inclusive, positive language to which
Yeah,
Dr. Steinberg
it
was
was
referring.
inclusive to be, because it's identifying our intention already, but it was just missing those characteristics of
Yep,
what the
yep, no,
environment should be and
these are good
everything.
points.
So I think that would be very helpful and everything. I appreciate you referencing the other policy of the disruption policy. That's the umbrella policy overall that we have to abide by. Going back to my colleague's comment about judgment calls, watching, I'll pick on HBO Family. Things that I find on HBO Family today, because of a number of years, is now acceptable and is considered family. 10 years ago, it was not, because certain things were said, certain phrases were utilized and everything. And so that keeps moving and that baton keeps moving. And so along those lines, I appreciate, the principal is the final judge, so to speak, in terms of all of this and everything. But what can we do to help, I guess, articulate what those levels are today? Because there, just a few years ago, there was, what was it, a symbol that it was used with kids playing a game, but then later we find out, oh wait, that's a symbol that somebody else is using with a hand gesture they're using, and it's a very toxic group, without getting into the details and everything. And that changed. Like, oh wait, we would have not thought of that, but someone else raised it. So what is the methodology, or I guess approach of bringing that to the administration is something I'm seeing is lacking in here. How do we raise that to and direct people through the policies that if they see something, who do they talk to?
So one of the areas, another area of growth that we have for the district is to re-emphasize the longstanding practice of seeing something and saying something so that we can indeed do something. There's a lot of questions that come up throughout the year about who do I go to for this? Who do I go to for that? We have worked in the beginning of our handbook to emphasize if you have certain issues in this area, such as student conduct, this is your point of contact. We can work to further clarify that specifically within here. One of the conversations that the policy committee had specifically regarding hats was how wearing a hat in a certain way in different parts of the state, different parts of the region would mean something different than maybe it means here. It's just a unique element of each community. And so if things change, we would have to be nimble and modify our own practices to address that. We can talk as a team about best ways to make sure that individuals know if there are concerns regarding appearance on a more general level that they would like to report. This is the process in which to go through.
So I think maybe a simple low-hanging piece of fruit to do that with is in that line that references principal or designee as the final authority. And I would add, and should be contacted if you have further questions or concerns. That makes it more inclusive and starts directing them to the right channel. You can then direct them to the appropriate people, but it doesn't seem like, hold on, wait, they said that wasn't offensive. Is it? I don't even know and stuff, but let me work through it. One word I saw that was missing and it got crossed out in the previous, I was curious from the committee's perspective, it would be former bullet number 2. It does not constitute a threat of safety. Can someone explain, I guess, the rationale for not including threat in the new policy? And if I missed it, I apologize, but I didn't see it referenced.
Mr. Glecki, which one are you?
So I'm looking under section A.
We're in the actual policy?
Yeah, student appearance.
Got it.
And it was this in the stricken portion number 2. It does not constitute a threat to the safety or health of self or others. And I didn't see that had worked its way into the new paragraph above. We said dress code enforcement.
Safety or education, yeah.
But I didn't see the word threat, which is a little different than actual interference. I guess now I'm starting to think of, one is it's safety and something happened. So but I didn't see the word threat, which I think is a different level.
Does not interfere with health, safety, or education. Are you suggesting constitutes a threat?
Or maybe seen as a threat. I mean, I would recommend that threat be worked back in. There is hate speech, but
And this is also statutory. Is this following the statutory language?
The language at the top of 620, which I believe is the same language at the top of the policy, is not statutory. It offers insight into the model that's offered by press. I believe one of the items that the policy committee was continuing to work through was subjective interpretation and the ability to implement. And so addressing health, safety, and education, as well as substantial disruption in another area, Son, that we've talked about, that's where we focused our language.
Which I guess threat could fall within some of those. The question is whether it be explicit. Just to be clear, you're referring to the actual board policy, not to the
absolutely, yeah.
handbook. Just want to make sure you look at that language, Dr. Gravel.
Yes, which is utilizing very similar language.
Well, I know, I guess with 7160, and we have a statutory reference to section 5/10-22.25B. And does this actually follow that language exactly?
Double check just one moment.
you
That's,
answered my question in part that if it is based on the statute, that's why. threat was
sometimes
removed.
sometimes
That's why it was
policy
removed.
does have language that a policy will mimic the statute. That's not a reason we can't
No.
go above and beyond.
So,
I'm just curious.
I think where we might be able to handle this, I'm looking at the statute itself, which specifically says student health or safety. However, earlier in that sentence, it refers to having dress codes to maintain the orderly process of a school function or prevent endangerment of said. So orderly process, I think, might
Would be worded.
incorporate
Goes to
threats.
disruption, certainly, yeah. Okay.
Because again, looking at some of the things we're talking about, I'm thinking something more blatant. Kill Pete. Well, but, you
Did
know.
you just say, okay,
So
so
I'm now working myself into
I'm
the
sleepy, but
situation. I
okay,
see
all
this down the hallway. I see it. Well, it's, according to this definition and everything, well, it's not an oppression to any, I guess, it could be an oppression to me as an individual. But that is, I would read that as a threat, but it may not fall under this policy. And you don't want that to be walking down the hallways. I definitely don't want that shirt down the hallways.
I think that may interrupt your education somehow.
So.
Okay,
Pretty clear material too.
So, but anyway, I just want to make sure as we're saying that, we're trying to make this very clear to you, everyone, what this means. And everything that, this is the concern we have, to my colleague's point about not kind of lessons learned recently. What can we do to, do that and everything, keep it respectful? Let's see, okay. I covered that threat. Consents for public areas and everything, I know we've had some debates over what that is, and I'm thinking this almost reminds me of the handgun signs. Do we start indicating what is and starting making announcements? Because while the theater is a public space, there's a lovely announcement that goes out. Please do not record anything during this time. I know certain athletes do not want certain things recorded during those times as well too, because it's a competitive advantage for the other teams to see that as well too. I guess, should that be worked in here as well too, unless otherwise notated or disclaimed and everything, to make sure it's reinforced?
If we think of a parallel topic, we have a student image opt-out process.
Right.
And I think it's fair to say that the overwhelming majority of schools don't draw a solid line because it's very difficult to enforce. But in essence, say anything that's happening during the school day within a classroom environment, not a big assembly, not an athletic contest or anything of that nature. But during the school day, within the walls of the school, that's what's subject to the limitation unless expressly approved or having permission. Everything else it keeps general because of the challenge of enforcement, as well as the rational person's perspective that I could be getting recorded in that situation. I don't know how best to write because I haven't ever seen it limited. Charles, you have?
I think Sandy gave us some good guidance in that area, that there are public places and non-public places. There is no expectation of privacy where you're on the football field, the stage, that sort of thing. And I think that's the avenue for us to pursue and maybe break it out in two halves in that regard.
I know this goes into the policy, but maybe there's a refresher every year where parents and students get the communication of what is a public area in the school. So your privacy is, I don't know if to say protected, but there are some private areas in school, and there are areas that are it's almost the same as if you're on the street. It's about, and so it's clear and people acknowledge that, then that would be a different story.
so I don't want to cut you off. You get more?
No, I was just in terms of, because I know we make these announcements during certain public events. And so if we were going back to the places, this is the part I was kind of wrestling with. I'm like, oh, wait. Yeah, then so it's got to be subject to other, I guess, limitations and everything. And I know some of the athletes, when they are, well, maybe on the field, it's a little harder, but I know some of the athletes, if they're in the gym and it's a closed gym and it's supposed to be closed, someone starts recording without their consent, that becomes an issue.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going back to places, so they're in the field house.
That's good. Yeah,
They're
we'd
in the
have to
field
put
house,
some
but
additional,
he closed the gym
Yeah.
down and everything.
maybe it is by event, not by place.
Right.
Same concepts, just
Right, because you could have a gym class on a field and we would not consider it to be a public
No, it's
event.
the dividing line you most often see is the distinction between the expectation of being a public event or a private event where people would have an expectation of
We just want
privacy.
to do-
I also believe in the good of our students and the nuance and specificity of this, that in the process of explaining these changes, if we educate our students of the importance of the no photography aspect that some of our kids need for their own safety, I do believe that the student body will respect that when they're educated about it. What you brought up earlier is absolutely true. I've lived through students who have no photograph because they've been in protective services. And if they do have photographs taken of them, their health and safety can be at risk. And I believe in the good of our students, that if we educate them that that's part of the reason why we are respecting the privacy of all of our Titans and Spartans, they will rise to the occasion and appreciate that and do what we ask.
So let me suggest, this has been a tremendous discussion.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
well,
I'm
I'll go ahead and
finished.
catch
No,
up.
thank you.
I was just going to say, as much as we'd like to bring these back on the 25th, I think we have some things to do here. But you can, I'm watching you look at each other. You think you can hit them?
I'm going to look at Dr. Gravel's calendar, but I think we can get this done.
Yeah, we'll work to make updates this week, if not early next week, and we'll recirculate them to the board. for review.
Right, and I think,
For discussion action.
yeah, exactly. I would
Yeah,
not
for
put this on,
discussion
I would not
action.
put this on consent. This is an extremely important set of policies for our community. And not just because of recent events, but because our world is changing. The communications and what's available and expectations of privacy could differ from person to person. And, it's inevitable. We're not going to catch every example. And that's okay, because policies are not designed to be perfect. Even procedures on the, down at the handbook level, not supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to give guidance. And that creates expectations for our students, our families, as well as for our teachers and our administrators who are actually enforcing them. So if you want to endeavor, you've heard a lot of input about public and private, about inclusive language, about lots of discrete points. This is all good, but let's get that straight. Let's make sure we stay on the right legal footing about this, because I'm not sure Mr. Petrarca, one of his colleagues, or Mr. Fester are part of helping us with this, but there's going to be input on that as we do this, and we're going to evolve. Mr. Shine raised the substance abuse issues. It's going to evolve, and that's okay. We're not going to hit it perfectly, but we're doing extremely important work here, and it affects our kids day to day, because this is a part of their lives. It affects people at my stage of life, but not nearly at the level of our students, and we need to be aware of that, and we need to figure out how to manage that. So if you want to endeavor to take this away and bring it back, but I do think it should be on discussion action. This is one of those ones we want to get, I'm not going to say we're going to get perfect, but is right is better than fast, as it usually is in this district. And then the time needed to educate our students and our staff and our families is worth it. Okay. Thank you for all the work and all the time put into this. Anything else before we move on to the last topic?
No.
Terrific. Last topic, IASB resolutions for the delegate assembly in a couple weeks at the III conference. These were brought first to the board last meeting, and there are not many resolutions. Mr. Galacki will be our representative there. If there are any thoughts, we can share them now. If you have anything else comes up, fire it his and my and Dr. Johnson's way. We can look at it, but I want to see a chance to make more thoughts on these things. Otherwise, Mr. Galacki will do what his best he can to represent how our board is. But Dr.
I just
Steinberg,
have
go ahead.
one comment that
Please go
probably
ahead.
is not going to add anything to the conversation, but I have to say it because it happens every year. We have a big state, and the situations of some districts is very different to the situations of other districts. So I think you're going to be representing us, but people need to be mindful that in some cases, there's no one size fit all, and what may be good for some districts may have consequences for others. And in our case, we need to be mindful of everybody, but we also need to think about the implications for our district. That would be my only comment.
No, it is both, but we do have to keep this in context. This is saying IASB, go to your lobbyists, and they're going to lobby accordingly. So we're not making laws or policies, just keep it in perspective. But yeah, one of the things you learn at these conferences is what a variety of folks we have in this state. And I mean that in a good way, constructive way. It is eye-opening. So, and it's good. It makes us realize, at least for me, always how much I appreciate what we have.
And for the benefit of everybody, since we're all, if you had a chance to review any of these already and there was ones you did not agree with their recommendations at this point, if you want to share those now, otherwise you could send me an email
Yep.
with Bruce copied and everything as well too. But I think everybody would benefit if you have any that are, a couple of years ago, we had one that I think all of us agreed, that did not make sense for us and stuff. So we all benefit from hearing from each other.
And Ms. Segwin, if you have anything you want to add now or later, that's fine. Just want to make sure.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Why don't you make him part of the team here? Okay. Thank you for that. Item 7 on our agenda is summary. We had one public comment tonight about our expenditures, and what's important about this is we always have to think very carefully about expenditures, about when we're investing money. We do have resources, but we have to be the good stewards we've always been about those. So we always take those comments seriously as we make our determination. We did talk about our gratitude for Veterans Day we had, as well as School Board Members Day coming up. We also talked about our continuing achievements of our staff, whether it's a National Association of, I think it was biology or science of some sort, recognition for world languages and other things, and holding conferences. Our student achievements continue to be across the board in athletics, in going to conferences about the journalism for the Oracle. We now have a representative going to, I believe you said, a conference in Azerbaijan, I believe I heard you say. Okay. And it's wonderful to hear that. We also heard about work in the robotics area, and we had 2 dedications, as difficult as they are, to Ben Hussman, a longtime teacher here, and then Mike Spizak's, their family as well. So thank you to Dr. Steinberg, and I think you're connected to that, Ms. Mullenbeck and Mr. Shine for sharing difficult but worthwhile appreciations. We did pass our consent agenda as it was presented. We also talked about a resolution about the tax levy, which will be published on our website tomorrow, and we'll be coming back for our hearing on December the 9th. We talked about our summer 2025 capital projects. We also talked about the really very generous donation from the Booster Club of Glenbrook North for the digital scoreboard display. We just had a lengthy discussion about policies and procedures on personal appearance, school dress code, and use of electronic devices. And finally, we talked about the IASB resolutions, and as we just said, if any thoughts come to mind, do share them. Our item 8, possible topics for future board meetings. Please let me or Dr. Jones know any of those. Item 9, we do have closed session. To consider I'll entertain a motion to consider the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity, and student disciplinary cases pursuant to sections 2C1 and 9 of the Open Meetings Act.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
It's 9:25. We'll recommence at 9:35. Thank you. And
And Mr. Dowdy, we are back.
We're back in open session. Item 10, possible action. We do have two motions. Mr. Glowacki.
I move that the Board of Education expel student 11-11-24-2 for the 24-25 school year with the ability for the student to return on probation for the second semester of the 24-25 school year if they meet the discussions as discussed and closed.
Need a second?
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Segwin, Mr. Schein,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Glowacki,
Yes.
Ms. Mullenbeck,
Yes.
Mr. O'Hara, Mr. Dowdy.
Yes. Second motion.
All right. I move that the Board of Education expel student 11-11-24-1 for the 24-25 school year with the ability for the student to return on probation for the second semester of the 24-25 school year if the conditions are met as discussed and closed during the expulsion period.
Second. Need a second? Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none.
Mr.
Dr.
Schein,
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg,
Yes.
Mr. Glowacki,
Yes.
Ms. Mullenbeck,
Yes.
Mr. O'Hara, Mr. Dowdy,
Yes.
Ms. Segwin. 5-0.
Item 11, adjournment. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
He called her. She seems now to come back.
She didn't reconnect.
Can I have a second on the adjournment, please?
Second?
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes carried. We're adjourned.
Yes, okay.